think it's live. The freaking heck? Holy freaking crap. Holy freaking crap. Dude, where's the freaking chat at? Did I really fall off? Give me a second, guys. I think I fell off. Dude, where's chat at? Did I freaking fall off already, dude? Let me just see if this, Okay, we're good. I just fell off. Just put this in. Oh, it's not gonna work. Freaking anybody in here? Freaking heck. I thought I was freaking famous. What happened? Jimmy Carter's 100 and then nobody shows up in my freaking chat. Freaking heck. Yeah, I fucking fell off. I fell off, guys, but Jimmy Carter is 100. Talk about not falling off. 100 years old. Honestly, I thought there was going to be some event, but there's really nothing. We got ABC News posting just a minute and a half clip. This is him. Surprised he's not dead. Actually, not in a bad way, but I didn't expect for him to live to 100. Wow. If anybody wants to join the Discord, it's in the description. This is wholesome. Oh, that's him. Locust, don't come back here again. Jimmy Carter's in here, dude. He's in here. That's him. Freaking Jimmy Carter. Is he even like self-aware? Is he just brain rot, or is he like? Is he active? Can he have feelings? That's freaking him. Let me just full screen this. Why is the quality so bad? It's 2024. Jimmy Carter's 100. Wow. Below average president. Yeah, he's pretty freaking bad. As a president, he was pretty bad. I put him in D tier in my tier list. Oh, there's the chat. There you guys all are. We got Miguel. I can't vote in 2024. So, I can't tell you. It just doesn't make sense if I can't vote, right? If you guys want to join the Discord, let me put it in here. I might get some people in the chat and the stream. Let me just, oops. Not leak anything. How do I create an invite? I'll just go on my community tab. Yeah, guys, but Trump or Kamala, though. Never heard of them. Never heard of them, guys. Who's Trump? Who's Kamala? If you guys want to join the Discord, I'll bring some of you guys in. Let me post it really quick. And yes, I'm alone in here. I don't have anybody. If you guys want to join, I'll pull someone in. Wow, I can't believe it's actually 100 though. That's pretty cool. Like if you just look at this 100, you just go on Wikipedia and he's 100. That's awesome. He has some his dad born in like the 1894. Oh, T.Y. Davis, you saw that? You saw that. Come on, let's get some people in the freaking Discord. Oh, it has that. Now everybody knows I'm streaming. That's cool. Join in, guys. Join in the Discord. Let's, oh, you guys just saw my recommended. Roman, that's just an excuse. I know you could join. Ronan. Oh, I thought your name was Roman. Ronan. That's just an excuse, buddy. I know you don't want to join. Dude, for some reason I have so much conservative stuff on my YouTube history. I don't know what that means.
Turns 100 years old today, making the first former president ever to live a full century. Happy birthday, Mr. President. The White House honoring the 39th president's milestone birthday today with this display on the North Lawn. A star-studded benefit concert was held in Atlanta a couple weeks ago, raising more than $1 million for the Carter Center's international programs. And this week, thousands of Habitat for Humanity volunteers are in St. Paul, Minnesota, to build 30 homes, among them country music legends Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood. It's all in honor of the former president, whose work with the organization spans more than 40 years. In a moment, we will speak with Garth and Trisha. But first, let's bring in Rogers Chair at the American Presidency at Vanderbilt University, historian and our good friend Jon Meacham. John, great to see you. Jimmy Carter turns 100 years old today. I think the way...
Dude, I wish he ran, though. We can't vote for him when he doesn't run. Maybe you can write him in. You, like, go to the area where you vote, and you just... No way someone just said Diddy for president. Okay. Diddy for president. Don't take that out of context. Yeah, Maybe you can go to the voting area and you could just write in Jimmy Carter. Oh, we got Locust is in the Discord now. Anybody else want to join? Okay. Oh, he's got John C. Calhoun as his picture. Ronan's in. It's freaking packed in here. Tell you what. What do we do? How do you celebrate Jimmy Carter? Diddy 2024 again. Baby oil great again. BOGA Boga. Oh, what's up, James Monroe? Yes, guys, Jimmy is in the stream right now. I think he's sleeping right now, so he can't talk. But he's in the stream. I promise you that. He's in here. Let me just hide the screen. Let me see if I can find something that we can do. I got some stuff. Tell you what. What's like maybe like a tier list? Jimmy Carter Kahoot. Oh, wait. I see him on quizzes. Okay, I got one, guys. Oh my god, my information is just leaking. Luckily, I hid the screen. Like my emails, everything. Yeah, take out the school laptop. I'm signing in right now, guys. We're gonna do some Jimmy Carter quiz. Yeah, unlimited. Wait, participant attempts. What does that mean? I got one. Okay, guys, I never did this before, but I got it. I got it. Everybody join in. This is the code. Jimmy Carter quiz. Make sure you tell everybody if you see them, if they celebrated Jimmy Carter's birthday, because you did, because you tuned into this stream. Join in, guys. Can I play this too? Let me just join in with my phone. Join in, guys. Please don't put anything weird. Join in, guys. I'm coming in right now. I have to sign in. Oh no, I'm good. Holy crap, it's freaking loaded. We got Bull Moose Spirit in here. Hopefully, nothing happens. You guys got your power-ups and stuff? Whoever suggested this, thank you. Okay. Someone's using 2 accounts. Cool, Edge. Anybody else? Come on, guys. I'll take another minute here. Any more? Who else wants to join? We got 9 people. We need more. There we go. Okay, let's start this. It's starting, guys. Wait, why is Rosa Parks an answer? That fucking music. That's what I'm gonna do. Just mute it. I didn't even know that was loud. Holy crap, that was freaking loud. We're gonna end it soon. We got some people that don't have... I'm ending it. End the game. Oh! Jimmy Carter got second place. Someone's better. Someone knows Jimmy Carter more than he knows himself. Let's check this accuracy. Okay, someone's... Oh, Diddy, 67%. He failed. You're gonna have to retake the test. All of you guys here, you're gonna have to retake the test. I was tricky dick, by the way. How did you guys... 7 correct, 2 incorrect. Okay. Who got this one wrong? Come on. Ronan, yeah, I saw that. You failed. Oh, yeah, this one's pretty easy. Okay. This is the one I failed on. This one right here. And this one I failed too. Like, the wording on this makes it sound like it's not this answer. Someone said Kahoot. Who said Kahoot? We could do some Kahoot. We can do some Kahoot. Let me just hide my screen so I have... We could do a president Kahoot. President's quiz. James Monroe, I'm not going to answer that question. Ask me in like 10 years and I'll give you... Give me that question in 10 years and I'll give you the answer. Oh, I gotta sign in again? Oh my god. What quiz do you guys want? President quiz? Dustin, yep, we're doing that right now. Dustin. I'm pulling it up right now as we speak. Hopefully nothing's popping up that you guys can see. Yes, sign me in. Choose your account type. I'm a teacher right now. Come on. What quiz? Roles and powers of the president. Oh, there's T mode. Wait, you guys ever do Look It at school? No, you didn't see it, Dustin. Okay. Wait, I have a Kahoot up, but I don't know if this one's good, but we're gonna do it. Here it is, guys. Join this Kahoot. I'll join in off this. Oh, this is not my tier list, by the way. I didn't do this. Let me just hide that. Let me pull in Kahoot on a different tab so I can join in. Copy that link. Is it loud right now? Dude, this music is hard. Guys, I'm in. Everybody get in here. Get in here. Astro Americana. Thank you for the feedback. Oh, look at this guy. He's a little Washington wig on. We got Einstein. Oh, it's Trump in here. I want to design my... I want to be a globe with Elvis Presley hair. Sounds good to me. Come on, guys. Get in here. It's time to, what's up, Jaden Jitsu? Guys, we're gonna have to grade this. If everybody doesn't pass, you're gonna have to retake this during lunch, okay? I'm gonna start it right now. You can join in after, too. Let's see. Who is the Bolsa symbol of Frederick? Sounds like freaking president to me. I don't know why I think I should do it after. You guys can see my answers. Speaker of the House. Maybe it's that one. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh. Oh. Guys. Oh my god. Wait. It's streamer, right? Can you guys, Yo, someone type in the chat. Type in 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, stream is fine. It's my phone then. Okay, next one. Oh, first place. What? What the heck? What the heck? No one saw that, right? This one's so easy. What? Come on, guys. Wait, I might have misclicked and clicked on Speaker of the House. Hopefully I didn't. Who's... Oh, nice, nice. Imagine I get one wrong. Oh, Bull Moose coming in. Which article of the Constitution says that executive power shall be vested in the president? I don't know this one. So we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. Don't take my answer for granted. Let me actually look it up, see if I got it right. I might have got it wrong, guys. hope you guys follow me and I got it wrong. Dang, we got some history. I have AP government and I lost that. Don't worry, guys. We don't know everything. Neon Patriot, of course he gets it. What is the main job of the executive branch, guys? What is it? You know what? I'm not gonna even aim for first place. I'm gonna wait for you guys. Nope. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait for the last second. Nice, guys. Good job. Yep, I lose my placement for that. Let me get my phone out so I can get the chat pulled up again. Come on, guys. What is the president required to do every year by the Constitution? This one's pretty easy. I just have to do really quick. If everybody better get this one right. Who got it wrong? Someone did. Neon Patriot at number 1. What rule allows the president to issue executive orders which are similar to laws? I actually don't know this one. Come on, everybody. I'm gonna go with Commander-in-Chief, but it's probably wrong. Dang it! I'm gonna end it right now. Wait, if you guys want to join the things right here. I'm falling off, guys. I really am. What role allows the president to back up foreign policy decisions with the force of military? Okay. Oh, this is that one. Okay. Yeah, everybody, I think, pretty sure it's that one. Like, it's not economic leader. What? Nope. It's green, guys. I'm just gonna give it to you. T.Y. Davis, what did you do? Dude, I need to get another monitor. Instead of using my phone. Turn this music up. Oh, who got Chief Diplomat? Wow. I moved up. Wow. What role allows the president to support members of his political party and their elections? Come on, guys. I don't know this one, too. Never heard of this. I don't think it's... I don't know. This one sounds too unofficial. I'm gonna go Chief Executive, and I got it wrong. Wait. Oh, I'm the only one that got it wrong. No, I feel like the wording party leader sounds so unformalized. That sounds like it's supposed to be fake, guys. That's why I got it wrong. I do history videos and I got it wrong. That sounds fake. That doesn't exist. Party leader does not exist. Everybody got it wrong. I got it right. The president has power to make treaties, but who must approve them? Come on, guys. Yeah, I know I got it wrong. I'm pretty sure it's that one. I think it's Senate. I think it's Senate. I'm not even at the top anymore. I should just freaking quit. If the president wants to give amnesty to a group of people, what role is he acting under? Wait, why is there two of the same answer? Does double answer mean it's right? What is it, guys? Wait, can I answer on here? I'm gonna go chief executive. Oh! Who got it wrong? Bull Moose got it wrong, and Neon Patriot, calling them out. They got it wrong. Next one. As legislative leader, the president tells Congress what to do, make laws for the country, suggest laws and policies of Congress, find ways for a country to prosper. God, I can't speak English. That was the last one. I thought, maybe I wasn't. Oh, Astra Americana. Americana. I can't speak English. Oh, wow. Who represents the U.S. government in other countries? Easy. Who failed the quiz? Let's see. Who's on the podium? Bull Moose at 3. Wow. Ronan at 2. Second place. Who's at first place? Astro Americana. He did it. Where's he at in the chat? Where's he at in the chat? Astro Americana, where you at in the chat? Oh, he's right there. Oh, did you get first place last game? 30% got this one correct. Now, this reminds me of school, guys. Oh, stream started buffering, so it was lagging, or was it? Stream looks good. I did restart my, I had to reinstall Windows on here, so. Oh, no, he's good. Oh, Nick the Shark is in here? Dude, we just finished Kahoot. He was late for the party. L's in the chat. Oh. What, you guys want to do another quiz, or what do you want? I got a Richard Nixon hoodie on. Let me show you guys. Let me pull that up. I'll show you guys what hoodie I have on right now. Chat, what do you want to do, chat? Chat, what do you want to do, chat? This is what I have on, but it's white. What do you guys think? L or W? W's in the chat? W's in the chat? This is what I have on. Oh, W's. I like this one. This one's pretty good. Oh, no, I don't have a webcam. I can't. Sorry. I'm too poor. I don't make enough money off YouTube. No, I'm not poor, but I don't think I'm going to do that. Let's try something different. Let me hide this again. I want to pull up. What's it called? Blook It? We're going to do a Blook It. Let's do a Blook It because Nick the Shark came in late. So let's get him in here if he's still in the chat. We're going to do a Blook It. You guys know what Blook It is? I guess this. I didn't have a freaking. Oh, yes, I agree to have an account. I'm 13 years old. What? I'm a teacher. Freaking get me out of here. I'm gonna create a Blooket. Okay, I think I can show my stream now. We're gonna do Blooket. We're gonna play some Blooket. Play Blooket. Oh, we need to make a game. Oh. We need to make a game. Create game. Wait, no, I want to find a game. I don't know. President. 3 questions? By Jake's Gay Flag. Chat, did we do this one? This one doesn't sound good. President quiz. 15 questions. 211 questions? Oh my god. Which one? Obama? We ain't gonna do Obama. We don't like Obama here. I'm joking. I'm gonna do this 35 one. Who was the first president? Does George Washington has a nickname? Oh, we could do this one. 211? Okay. That's it. Oh, this one. What position was... What? This isn't president. This is propaganda. Let me host this one. What do you guys want? I do this at school too. What do you guys want? You guys want Gold Quest, Crypto Hack, Fishing Frenzy, Tower Defense? Gold Quest, the classic one. Guys, homework. Okay. Let's do Gold Quest. Let's do it. Speed. Yeah, freaking host it. Okay, How many? We give you guys 8 minutes. We give you guys 8 minutes. As for Americana, I feel like that will drop my viewership. So we're gonna have to think about that one. We give you guys 8 minutes. Yeah, it's after time. Oh, okay. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, 18 minutes. What the heck? Oh, no. Oh, no. Wow, this... There we go. We give you guys 8 minutes. Join in now. Locust, I'm gonna give you the same answer as I gave James Monroe. And the fact is, you gotta ask me in about 20 years. I'll give you an answer. Let me join in too. I'm hiding my screen. I'll pull it back up, guys. Give me a second. I just wanted to join. Here's the code. Get in here. Up, Locust is gonna cook. Come on, guys. Hey, Roman, what's your thoughts on the Battle of Tours? What do you think about that? We only got 7 people in here. We got 15 in the chat, guys. Support me now. I fell off hard. I freaking fell off. Any more people? Let me join in. Nickname. You got that, real man. Freaking days. Oh no, I'm gonna call myself Jimmy. I'm gonna support Jimmy Carter. what I always put on when I'm at school. I put this on and I win. Code. I have it up for 10 seconds. This is the president quiz. Okay. Come on, get in here, guys. Make sure you join the Discord too. I don't know if I want to pull someone in. It's kind of scary. Close some of these out. Oh. Any more people want to join in to the look it? Because they're gonna start it right now. Let's try it right now. What the heck? Guys, select chests, collect gold, take gold from others. Most gold after 8 minutes wins. Good luck. So I don't know how I'm gonna play both of these at once while I show them the screen. I'm gonna do this. Oh, here we go. That's how it does. Who was there in the American Revolutionary War? Okay, who the heck is in charge of this? I'm in 12th grade low cost. I'm a senior. George Washington. Oh, what is Thomas Jefferson's? What is Thomas Jefferson more friends? What? What is? Huh? Does George Washington has a nickname middle name? Man, yeah. Who was the first president on the White House? John Adams. God, I'm gonna swap with Neon Patriot, who was in the Declaration of Independence. We got John Adams. We got Benjamin Franklin. Thomas Jefferson. Yes. Who wrote this? Who the heck wrote this? Oh, I got it wrong. Who was it? Oh, I have a $2 bill. I forgot. Who was the president? Guys, you better not be taking gold from me even when I'm on the bottom. Stop right now. You're gonna get banned in the chat. Who was the president at Civil War? See who wrote these. War? No, wait. I don't know what this means. Who was the first president USA? Yeah, dude. Who is in the 20? Who is in it? No, wait, this one kind of makes sense. Because Jackson is in the $20 bill, and he hated freaking paper money. My friend Lucas said, free Jackson from his $20 present. Wait, the answer should be no one, because no one's in the $20 bill. Who $3 bill? Dude, I can't, dude. Wow, I'm sorry. Who is Thomas Jefferson and died in the same year? Dude, what? Who died in 1799? I don't fucking know. Like a million people? Thousands died? Why she died? Which president was in the War of 1812? These men. Who was the $5 bill? Martin Van Burns. Wait, is it Martin Van Burns? Might actually be. Type who was the founding father? Guys. Who was it? Who was the founding father? I don't know, John Hancock? Let's put John Hancock. Let's give him some, Was John Hancock a founding father? I thought I wanted to go a little bit unique on this one. Look it up. John Hancock. Oh, John Hancock was an American founding father. This is rigged. The election is rigged against me. Who was the first president on the White House? Honestly, I can't do this. Does George Washington has a nickname? Wait, was it no? Yeah, it was no. Who was the founding father? Again, it's John Hancock. I don't care what the answer says. What the heck? Who was there in the American Revolutionary War? Anton Smith, yeah. What the heck even is this? Who was there in... I mean, Andrew Jackson was in there, but it's not spelled right. It's Andrew Jackson. Washington. Dude, I can't. I'm gonna end it, guys. There's the gold quest if I get answers like these. Wait, what was this again? Oh, it was Gene Francis. God, dude. Whoever made this, man, it's just so bad. I can't. I got Nick the Shark. I got your gold. It's all mine now. Holy crap! Freaking rich. Holy freaking crap! Holy freaking crap! I can't with this grammar, dude. Oh, what? Aw, dang it. What was this one again? Crack. Dang it. What does that even mean? Who was in the Declaration? I can't even speak, dude. This is how fucked up the questions are. Who was in it, guys? Who was inside of it? Thomas Jefferson. Who is Thomas Jefferson and died in the same year and day? Dude, I can't do this anymore. I can't. All of the above? So no friends, John Adams? I'm losing my freaking views. I'm falling off because these questions are so bad. Who died in 1799? Yuck in Washington. Who was in the Declaration of Independence? Thomas Jefferson, he was inside of it. Oh my god. Freaking rich. Abraham Lincoln. Is anybody just watching and not playing? Like, I actually wish I was in your position, because this is so bad. Like, who wrote this, dude? Who the hell wrote this? Because it can't be a teacher. It can't... Oops. Did it just go to my desktop? Oh, I just got exposed. Oh, we got all this. George W. Bush is getting freaking... absolutely stolen from. Oh my god. Oh, dang it! Jimmy Carter got... No. Oh my god, did I win? What? I doubled my gold. What happened? I had 15 million. I was rich. What's my accuracy on here? I did pretty bad because I was just freaking sitting and doing nothing. Ooh, we get some gold. Oh, new snap from Lucas. Let me see what this guy's saying. Oh. What the heck is that? I'm gonna say join my stream. There we go. Did you guys do good? Did you guys like the grammar on it? Thank you, Nick the Shark. Oh my god. Wait, how many people are in here? If anyone who wants to join this public voice chat, it's there. Who wants to join in? Who wants to come in? Oh, Ronan's in there. He's in there. How many people can we get before I join in? A glass of milk. Second place, baby. Nice. Guys, if we... Ronan's just in there. If we can get some more people in the voice chat, I might join in. Let's see. Bush. Jimmy Carter had the most accuracy, though. He got an A. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Astro Americana. I don't know if I want to play that. Oh, wait. Someone just... You can do that? Who did that? Oh, we got some people in there. Hello, stream. Bull Moose Spirits right there. Oh my god, it's freaking 2 people in there. I don't want to click on my, group chat. Guys, if you join in the public voice chat, I might join in. Oh, what do you guys want to do? You guys socializing in that group chat? T.Y. Davis. Oh, he said hello to himself. Oh, leaked. Freaking leaked. It's freaking leaked. What? Gay test? Should I take one? Should I take the... Oh, there's 3 people in there. 3 people in there. Guys, join in. Join the Discord. Join the Discord, guys. If we can get some people in. Let's see. We got 7 people on. Who's scared? Who doesn't want to join in? Why we got 2 people muting their mics in there? What are you guys doing in there? We got Ronan by himself. Let me exit out of that. What do you guys want to do now? Do a gay test. Not gonna lie, I did do one like a couple seconds ago. Let me pull that up. Freaking gay test. Gay test? Am I gay test? WikiHow. Here's one, guys. Gay test. Have you ever had feelings for a same-gender close friend? Now, thing is, it's these feelings. Like, it's these feelings only. So does that mean, like, sex-related? Nope, we're just friends. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Have you ever kissed someone or want... If I come out as freaking gay, dude, it's gonna be freaking scary. No, not interested. How do you feel about gay characters in TV shows and movies? I like the positive representation, but they don't stand out to me. Is there one like, I hate them? I'm joking. I'm putting that one. When someone asked who you're crushing on, I talk about someone of the opposite sex. Who? Yeah. Makes sense, right? Has anyone ever asked if you were gay? No. When you imagine being in a relationship, what do you picture? Yeah, this one. Definitely, guys. How would you feel about identifying as gay? Nope, not me. Not freaking me, guys. Have you ever felt attracted to someone? Nope. Of the same gender, yeah. How do you feel about dating someone of the opposite gender? I definitely date or have dated someone. Yep, that one. Do you have a fantasy to be about someone of the no? Wait, but but when you imagine kissing or being intimate with a future partner, how do you feel? We're freaking too young for that. What the heck? Yeah, good, I guess. Yeah, if it's someone of the opposite. Wait, biggest clickbait ever, dude. We just went over Jimmy Carter. You were just late. We just did Jimmy Carter. Mothman. We just did Jimmy Carter. If you scroll through your feed or FYP, do you see content from gay creators? Let's see. Oh. Oh my god. Holy freaking crap. That's the same one. Locust, we got the same one. The same gay test. Doesn't look I don't think I see any. Yep, you got me. No. Flash forward 5 years. How likely is it that your partner is the same gender as you? Not very likely. Impossible, in fact. YouTube is listening. Yeah, we got, BuzzFeed. We don't like BuzzFeed in here, guys. L for BuzzFeed in the chat. No. Okay, this has to be 100% straight, because I answered every question with 100% straightness. Yeah, I don't have any gay people in my friend group. I want to confirm that. Yeah. You're probably straight. No, I am. I freaking am. What the heck? A debate. Anybody want a debate? Oh, yeah, I just said I was gay. Do a gay test. I already did it. It's freaking done. What was that? Freaking 5 minutes ago? I did it, guys. This is the circumstances. I am straight. I'm fucking straight. What the heck? What the freaking heck? Wow. Debate, please. I actually never done that. That has to be another time. Oh, wait. What picture is that? Ronan, who's that in your picture? Is that Christopher Columbus? He's straight. Anybody else want to join the VC? I'm so, like, not famous that nobody's comes in except these guys. Holy frickin' crap. Martin Luther. Oh, that was his name. The freaking he created the branch of Christianity that's Protestant. Is that what it is? Is that what he did? He created the Protestant freaking church or something. I don't freaking know. Let me freaking see. Oh, I freaking got it. I freaking got it. Holy crap, there's freaking 4 people. 4 people in there. What are you guys doing? You have mics muted. Hold on, let me... My freaking thing's covered. Wait, does anybody want to be pulled in? I can pull you in. Ask me... I'll pull someone in, and you're gonna ask me a question. It's gonna be like 1 question go. There's only 4 people, though. So I'm gonna pull someone in. If you don't want to get pulled in, freaking leave right now. Just saying. Yeah, Locust, we fell off, dude. You gotta get some people in here. Freaking fell off. Okay, who wants to get pulled in first? Who's this? Who's this guy? Is this Astro Americana? It's just a dot. Let me see if I can get someone in here. Give me a second. Let's see if I can get a friend. Back me up. Wait. Does any Bull Moose Spirit you wanna, or T.Y. Davis, you wanna come in? Because I think I know you the most because you've been in the Discord for a little while. I could pull you in and we can make them give us questions. Bull Moose Spirit. Freaking heck. Wait, pull in. You want me to pull you in, Ronan? You want to get pulled in? Freaking see if I can get someone in here. Yeah, I have no friends on right now. They don't want to freaking. Yes, sir. Okay, Ronan. Wait, this is the rules, guys. Ask me one question, and I'll give you the truth, too. Hold on. Get some drink of water. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I really want to see what my group chat sent, but we're gonna go, Ed. We're gonna get Ronan in here first. I think he wants to come in. Ronan the Barbarian? What is that, Conan? Arnold played as him in fucking Conan the Destroyer and the Barbarian. Anybody else want to come in? Freaking heck. Wait, how do I make I want to come in here but have... How do I force mute? How do I force mute? Like, I don't want everybody talking at once because I want to come in here and I want to pull someone in. Anybody know how to do that? How do I, like, mute channel? Is that what it is? How do I, like, right click on the profile? Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna mute everybody in there, and I'm gonna join in. Join in. Fellers? Sup, guys? I'm just talking like two at once. Ronan, I'm talking to him twice on the stream and Discord. Okay. Let me see what we have in here. Danny, if you decide to play W, I challenge you to get this. What is this? Who the heck is this guy? Byron? Who the fuck is Byron? Is that Biden? Oh, wait, someone could just join right now and that server muted. Okay, Ronan, I'm gonna unmute you. Ronan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, what's up, dude? How's it going?
It's going good, actually.
Oh, yeah? You got a question?
Yeah. What's your opinion on the current state of Western architecture?
Wow, dude, come on.
What's your opinion on it?
Am I allowed to say no comment? What if I say that? No comment.
That's boring. You don't have an opinion on Western architecture?
I think it's talking about west of America, or
in general, but America especially.
Well, let me tell you something. I don't like Los Angeles, okay, but
that's fair.
Yeah. I like Northern California though, but generally, it's pretty good, I guess. You know.
Fair.
Okay, you got any more? Please don't ask Trump or Kamala, guys. You got any more?
Trump or Kamala? No, I'm playing.
Jill Stein. Nah, I'm joking. I'm not gonna vote. I can't vote though. I wish. Should I mute you and then unmute the other guys?
Yeah, you can go ahead. That's
okay.
My only
Is
question.
that it?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Ronan. Yep. Wait. I gotta ask Ronan a question. I'll ask you on the stream right now. What do you have? I could probably tell you're a Christian, but do you have like a branch? Because I know you have branches of Christianity. You got Orthodox, but there's branches inside of the branch. You know what I'm saying? Like Protestants. I'm assuming it's Protestant, isn't it? Something like that. Oh, conservative Lutheran, whatever that is. I'm sorry, I don't really know about Christianity. Me myself, someone's gonna ask me that question, and someone's gonna give me that question, and I'll answer it. Let's Neon Xenos is gone. What the heck? What the freaking heck? Why is he gone? Oh, he's back in. Locust, you gotta come in the VC, and I'll tell you. You gotta come in the VC. You can't just do that. And if someone asks me, am I gay or straight? I just took tests, okay? So no trolling like that, guys. But, the homies, though, Neon Xenos, I'm gonna unmute you if you're ready. Give me a okay, because you left. Locust, you gotta join in. Join in, buddy. You gotta join in. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you, Xenos. Neon, you there? Hello? You shy little guy? You there? So, you got a question? Any question? Trump or Kamala? You got one? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think Neon has its fucking mic working. Dude, why can't everybody be like Ronan? Okay, ask it in here, Neon. I'll wait. Let's get this guy in here. Yo, A. A ... You there?
Hello. This is Astro Americana.
It is?
Yes, it is.
Oh my God, it's him.
I will not be asking you about W. Instead, I will be asking you, what do you think of Napoleon Bonaparte?
Oh, wow. He's badass. I like Napoleon, dude. He's awesome. What do you think? Do you like Napoleon? You think he's cool?
I think he's very based. One of the best leaders of the 19th century.
Oh, wait. Chicken Man came in. Let me mute him.
You want to talk about a rags to riches story? Then that's it right there.
Wait, so you think he's the best leader, Napoleon?
One of the best leaders of the 19th century. I'd say so.
I'm more of like let's see, Alexander the Great type of guy. I think he's
Well, remember, I just said the 19th century.
Like, the whole universe I'm talking about. I think
the whole universe.
Alexander the Great. I wish
I'd say
Augustus.
Augustus. Yes.
I feel like
Caesar Augustus.
If Alexander the Great didn't die, so he died at like what? Let me look that up. I know he died young.
He died very young. I have yet to watch the alternate history hub video on it, but it would be a very interesting scenario if he lived longer.
32, he died.
Oh, 32. And he built large libraries and conquered the whole of Persia.
Yep.
Pretty legendary, I'd say.
Isn't there a movie about him? I think I gotta watch that one. About him.
I think it was Oliver Stone made one, and it was apparently really bad.
I know one had a box office of 200 million. Is it that one?
I don't know.
See.
You may be thinking of Ridley Scott's movie.
This is the one. The Stone. I just pulled it up.
Oliver Stone.
I thought it was. Wow, 5.6 out of 10.
Yeah, not great.
Did you watch?
He even admits so.
Did you watch the Napoleon movie?
No, I did not, and I would suggest you don't either. Have
was
you
gonna-
seen the movie Waterloo?
No, is that one an old one?
It's the one from 1970 and a bunch
Yeah.
of you know vlogging through history?
Yeah, VTH, I know him. Chris? I don't
Yes.
know him, but
Chris
yeah,
from
yeah.
BT. Well, yeah. He says it's one of the best war movies ever made. And I agree.
I've got to watch it then, but it doesn't look like
It's
it's
actually
on.
it's free
anything.
on YouTube.
Is it?
It's free on YouTube. Yes. Look up Waterloo 1970.
Up, I see it.
So
Oh my god, that's loud. Yeah, I'll watch that. Maybe tomorrow. Probably can.
all right.
You got any
Cool.
more questions?
Well, I mean, I would suggest you play W. It's very fun, but it's all up to you.
I'll check it. Maybe I can make a video about it. Maybe.
Sure. Make a special video about it. That's perfect. It's a very fun interactive game. It's the most played mod on Campaign Trail ever. It's like almost 300,000 plays
That's the showcase one, right? Because I know there's two.
on
There is
on,
two
uh,
of
on
them.
Showcase.
Yeah.
I mean, if you combine the plays on New Campaign Trail and Showcase, it'll probably add it to 1 million. Honestly,
All right.
but if you ever decide to play it, it's very good. It's very, very good. Just mute the music because it's all copyrighted music if you play it in the video.
Thank you for that tip. I would have made zero money off that then. All right, Astro
no problem.
Americana.
Peace out.
Peace out, man. There we go. Oh yeah. We have got thanks Astro Americana for the questions. Napoleon is cool, honestly. And I know he got attacked by a bunch of rabbits, but I mean, what are you gonna do? Okay, I think Neon got his mic working. I think he's got his mic working. Locust, why don't you want to come in here, dude? Why does he want? He doesn't want to come in. Google approved. I don't want to talk. Yeah, I don't want to talk too, but I got to. I gotta entertain the chat. British propaganda. Okay, let's get Neon Xenos in here. Oh, you know what? Water, we got something to say? You got a question? He just came in. You got a question?
What?
You got a question, buddy?
No, I'm just here
No. You know what? I'll leave you unmuted.
trying to have fun.
I'll leave you unmuted. Okay, let's
All right.
Xenos is coming in. Xenos. Neon?
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. You got a question?
Hello?
Hello?
Very
Hello?
delayed.
Testing,
Cool.
testing.
Yeah.
What's the question? Give it to me. Not in a weird way, by the way.
What are your thoughts on former President Abraham Lincoln and what he did for our great country?
Okay, I want to guess that you like Lincoln because you said great country in there. Dude,
No, it's
he's
a
not my
terrible
favorite
country.
president, but he's really good. Like, people have favorite presidents, they always pick Washington or Lincoln. Personally, Calvin Coolidge. I like Calvin Coolidge. Yeah,
He's
I
keeping it.
I love Lincoln. He's pretty cool, dude. 6'4". I mean, come on. You got any more questions? Thoughts on Lincoln? That was a pretty good one. I didn't really get
Yeah,
any
why
thoughts.
is Calvin Coolidge your favorite president?
Silent cow? Silent cow. Need I say more?
Really
Need I say
relates
more?
to him.
Silent cow.
I don't think so.
See you later, Ronan.
Yeah, I don't think you need to say any more there.
I'm gonna leave you unmuted too. I'm gonna get Chicken Man. Chicken Man. Wait, do you have another question?
No, no. Chicken Man's a bad dude.
Is he?
He's a bad dude and he runs a bunch of bad boys.
Is he? Is he? He's a bad boy. Let's get him in here then. I'm gonna
He
unmute him.
is.
See what.
He is.
Is he gonna say
Hello?
like the
Can
N
you-
word or something?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up? Dang, it's the freaking
I'm
boys in
actually
here, dude.
I just came in here yesterday. I saw your video. I saw a tier list video of yours that I really liked, so
Which one was it?
I would it was the Gen Z ranks presidents one. And then I watched the appearance tier list and I thought they were funny videos and yeah.
Thanks, dude. I don't
Notice
I
how
don't.
there were 2 chicken mans who joined this. One had to leave.
Two
No, it's
chicken
because my
mans.
phone. I have Discord on my phone, but for some reason it works horribly. So like I kept getting disconnected, so I just left on my phone.
Is
These
this
are
the
evil
fake-
activities.
This
These
is
are
the
evil
fake
activities
chicken
here.
man, I think. Chicken man,
I
are
don't-
are
The
you an AI
imposter.
robot?
No, I don't think so. That would be news to
You
me.
don't think so?
I hope not. I
That's
hope I wasn't
exactly.
like
That is
I hope I
exactly what an
wasn't-
AI robot would say. That's exactly.
I hope I wasn't like made in a
Exactly.
factory or something.
We need to give him a captcha. He has to do. We have to give him a
Okay.
captcha. Yeah. Did you
Love
you have
the
a question,
robot. Gotcha.
Chicken Man? Question?
Sure. So my question is, what do you think of George Washington?
Wow. Come on, dude.
You
These
want a more
questions-
interesting question?
Yeah, give me one. Give me one.
What is your opinion on the election this year between Trump and Harris?
Wow. I mean, if I say, I'm gonna say something really simple because it's gonna go on for like 10 minutes if I speak. You know, the public's opinion on it is like both candidates are bad, and that went with Biden too. But not gonna lie, guys, I think Trump's a better candidate. What do you guys think about
I
that?
see more positives in the Trump presidency than the Harris one.
Honestly, I don't know any Kamala policy. So I don't...
Well, wasn't she's got like those the money to new homeowners ones. I forgot. Shit. It's out there. It's out there in like
Is
a
that
press
it?
release. I can pull.
Last time I went on her site, it was
It's
like
the
3 weeks ago. I didn't
it's
see
the
anything.
opportunity economy policies plan. Shit. Oh, sorry for my foul language.
Foul language.
Oh,
Yeah, we're
it's
not
like
gonna tolerate
82
that.
pages. It's oh god, it's 82 pages. Cut taxes for working people. That's okay. That's actually very.
Sounds
You don't expect that to come from Democrats, but
yeah.
lower food and grocery costs. Lower healthcare costs. Lower prescription drug costs. Lower energy costs. Lower costs.
Wow.
Help Americans buy a home and afford rent. Invest in small businesses. Strengthen opportunity. That's chapter 11.
I'm gonna unmute A. Getting back in here. So
All right.
A. Got a question?
What's up? Well, I'm just on the 2024 race. I'd say very interesting election year. One of the most interesting in all of history. We haven't
Mhm.
seen a president drop out since '68, and last time that happened was
Yeah, LBJ.
Nixon winning. Yeah, but I think it's very interesting the framing that Kamala has been pursuing. Lowering taxes and being a very simplified, moderate, to say platform, which is very much trying to appeal to the base that voted for W. Bush in 04 and
Yep.
maybe some people who voted for Obama in 08 and maybe some people who voted for Trump in 16. And so I think they are running a better well-managed campaign, but I do agree with you, Danny, that Trump is, in my opinion, the better choice. I simply just agree with the Republican policy on social issues, and I think
Like
that there's a
abortion?
real
Issues like that.
one of the-
or-
I won't specify, but
Okay, yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you can do that.
I won't specify, but I simply agree with the Republican policy platform more. But
Oh yeah.
it's been a very interesting election year. I'll say that.
You know, they say Trump's character is bad, but I don't really care about that, you know? You guys know what I'm saying?
The
Like,
whole
is-
part about that is that he's just been open about it, and politicians have always acted like that. Just they've kept it indoors,
Yeah,
enclosed, and
definitely.
there was
Yeah, I would say
always the
policies
Johnson
matter more.
treatment, right? There was always the Johnson treatment, and a bunch of other holy pulpit kind of deals. But Trump has just been the most straightforward, very similar to Andrew Jackson in that way.
You like Jackson? You think he's? I think I kind of like Jackson, but
Trump
Ja-
is
Jackson's
similar to
alright.
Jackson.
we don't talk about
Trump did
what he
say
did
Jackson
to
was his
the
favorite
natives. We don't talk about what he did to the natives, guys.
Nate
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad.
gave
Right.
the common man the vote, guys. Look at the
Jacksonian
positives.
democracy. That's right.
Yeah.
Jacksonian democracy is good. I'd say that.
What do you guys?
agree.
What do you guys think about James Buchanan?
Not great.
Like,
I
I'm
think he's
talking-
one of our worst presidents, definitely.
I'm talking more about. You guys think he was gay?
Maybe.
You guys think he was
There's
gay?
Maybe.
I don't know
Maybe.
enough about him.
there apparently are some letters that he sent to the guy that he supposedly was with, that's read very affectionately. So who knows?
Okay.
Who knows?
That does
I
seem
can
pretty
be
gay.
very, very affectionate with my
It was
male friends. Get this? Get this?
Yeah.
I can be very affectionate.
And apparently
I'm a
he
very
roommated with
affectionate
this
guy,
person,
Mark.
so
I mean, William King is his name. William Rufus King. That's his name.
William
But
Bill
Lincoln
King?
for Lincoln, who was Lincoln's gay buddy? Who was his gay buddy?
I don't know.
Lincoln's gay buddy.
Yeah, I'm pretty-
Lincoln's
Yeah, that,
gay.
that,
No, I
that was
don't-
a new
They're
new
making-
thing that just came up.
Yeah, they have like a documentary of
Yeah.
it. I've seen
I don't
it,
know
and I
the
was like,
validity of that.
I'm pretty sure the woke made that. I'm not gonna lie.
I think so.
You
But
guys,
yeah.
Let me get that Serbian guy in here.
Serbia. Oh yeah,
Serbian guy.
what do you think about him? You seen his
Bro, I love him. I love him.
He's out. Yeah,
I want to hear him speak. I don't know how to.
he's on actually. Oh, you added him. There you go.
Hey Danny, are you gonna watch the VP debate tonight on here?
Yeah, I am. Hopefully, I don't get.
All right, perfect.
I don't think I should get copyrighted, right? I think I should be good.
I hope not.
Let me see.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I
Just when
should
it
be
starts.
Water.
He's in. The Serbian guy. He's here.
He's not in the VC, is he?
He's not in the VC, but he's on right now. He's on.
Yeah, that's
2:26
26.
a.m.
And another campaign trail thing, Danny. There
Yeah.
was just a mod that just came out, 1924, where you can play as Calvin Coolidge. So if you ever want to indulge in that, you may.
So what's that guy's name? John W. Davis. Coolidge went against him.
Yeah, John Davis. Yeah,
John Davis. I'd definitely
He
play that
was-
one on stream some point.
I think he was nominated on the 120th ballot.
Wow.
That the
Where are we-
DNC
who are
that
you
year.
talking about? Oh wait,
The
that's the
yeah,
the Duna guy. Like 1924 Democratic Party really fell off.
yeah. William Gibbs McAdoo was the front runner. He was a protege of Woodrow Wilson, but as the balance went on, Al Smith, later on the loser of 1928, was starting to gain momentum, and there was a big deadlock, and they couldn't reach a deal. So, in a compromise choice, they chose John Davis, a fiscal conservative, and
Wow.
Someone who couldn't excite the Democratic base.
And Coolidge landslided. He landslided his election with Davis, I'm pretty sure. He absolutely
Yeah, he landslided Davis and LaFollette.
Fighting Bob is his name, right?
Yes, Fighting Bob.
Yeah.
He only fought
I see it
to
right
carry
here.
Wisconsin.
Oh, his son was a senator. Okay. Yeah, Serbian guy's not coming in. Oh, nice. How
Still
it
a good
started,
look.
how it's. Is that what is that flag?
It's
Is
the
that what is that? Is that like a
sea.
flag in the back? What is that? I don't
What
know.
Oh, that's a trans flag.
Oh. What's you guys' thoughts on that? Trans flag. Thoughts on that?
It's a very
Whoa,
it's a very divisive issue.
whoa. It is very divisive.
Dude,
What?
Very
The trans
very
dude?
divisive.
What does Ronan think of that?
What do I think of what?
What does Ronan think of the trans issue?
Oh, that's
yeah, guys,
How did we get to trans?
I was born a
gender?
man, but I'm a transgender. Okay, so I'm joking.
That's crazy.
I'm not trans,
That's
guys.
crazy.
I might like become one so I can like see what they're thinking. Just for
We support,
scientific purposes.
we support you.
Scientific purposes.
We are
for
here
research.
for you. We will always
I would
be
suggest not.
here for you.
That's a good voice. Not gonna lie, you actually do sound trans.
That's crazy.
I was practicing. I was training.
We're
Oh.
practicing. That's
For
crazy.
what?
Cool.
I just felt like it. Like I stopped.
Do you guys go to school, high school, or
Yep.
Yeah.
me too?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm a junior.
Me too.
Oh my god.
Approaching
I'm currently a senior.
first year in college.
Oh, okay.
Work
Dude,
at
I
an
sound like
airport.
a 12-year-old. I sound like I'm 12 with you guys. Not gonna lie. So.
Don't worry, the testosterone will come.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, I'm already 17, so I think it's too late. I gotta accept my fate.
Well, Ben Shapiro is really successful with an extremely high voice.
Oh
so-
yeah.
He uses it to his advantage.
Yeah, true.
I actually have a. Let me see if I can find it. There was like you
She
guys
get a
seen
whop?
Ben
No, she did
Shapiro
not.
with
That is why I'm spitting.
AOC. Let me see if I can find it. It's like some impersonator. Let me see if I can find it.
AOC. You
got that
big Latina booty, AOC.
Okay.
Oh, what's that
Oh,
guy's
the
name? I remember. that.
Alex Stein video.
Oh, yeah, I remember when that was going around.
Let's say for
funny.
the sake of
That's
argument
funny.
that Alexandra
Hot like a
Ocasio-Cortez
tamale.
were to send me pictures of her
So
tasty feet.
stupid.
The
What do you guys think about come on AOC's feet? AOC's feet. What do you guys think?
I have not
AOC's
seen
feet.
AOC's feet.
I don't really think of her
Not
feet.
yet. Not yet. If you ask really
not
politely,
seen.
she might deliver.
Yeah, I don't know.
You guys any more questions?
More questions.
It kind of
What
went
did
off
Grant
of the
do as
question.
president? Did Grant do anything
Grant?
besides like,
Reconstruction.
Grant? What did he do as president besides like
Oh.
let the economy go bad?
Well, he signed the Comstocks laws, which were the first.
bullshit.
Yeah, the anti-pornography laws in the 1870s, which is very interesting. But he also signed the Voting Rights Act of, I believe, 1875. Then dismantled the first KKK. I think he also did some railroad expansion.
Mhm.
Let's see what else. He got a lot of corruption scandals in his years, so that was a very big topic. That's why the 1876 election was so close. We were both tired of Reconstruction, and there was a bunch of corruption that was going on.
We gotta love their corrupt politicians,
Golden
man.
or blood.
Right.
Golden or blood.
Told in their blood. But,
I like Grant.
let's
He's
see.
cool. He's awesome. I like his life story.
I actually have his book by Ron Chernow. It's very, very good.
I have
I'm watching
Those
through
are
that.
I have his
whole life.
biography too, but it's different. Different. I don't know who wrote it. I don't know, or I think it's a different.
My book-
What do they call them? I don't fucking know, honestly. What do you got to say?
Different author.
Yeah,
Different
something
author.
like
But my book looks like the Bible.
that. Hell yeah.
Basically,
yeah.
it is. It's his Bible. God bless Grant.
Pretty much.
God bless Grant. Hell yeah.
Best president though. Best president, Teddy Roosevelt.
True.
1000%.
Freaking based.
Honestly,
That's
he did
big.
everything right.
You guys,
Every single thing.
in
He
my-
should have won 1912.
I agree. I agree.
Taft,
What would
man,
that
fat
do?
ass, dude.
What would that do for the party
Taft-
system? Just think.
Taft made a deal
God.
with Southern Republicans to yeah, Taft made a deal with the Southern sector of the Republican Party, which was a lot more conservative, to pretty much block Teddy Roosevelt's nomination because he really was getting steam in 1912. I'll say that.
Get on the raft with Taft.
Hell
Get on the
yeah.
raft with
Oh.
Taft.
I feel like you guys were the type of guys that voted Theodore Roosevelt in every community post I made. Did you guys do that?
Yep.
Okay.
I tried
You
to
are
be fair.
exactly
Listen, I
correct.
tried to be fair with how I voted. It's just that Teddy Roosevelt was the fairest guy to vote for.
Indeed. If I lived in 1912, I would have voted for him. Easy.
Oh yeah.
You guys
Oh yeah.
don't like
1000%.
Wilson in here? Wilson
Not really.
F tier?
Not really.
F tier president?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
Wilson,
foreign policy was a little odd.
Yeah, he has
Can
some
I
good
say a
to
hot
him,
take?
but-
Go for it.
Can
Freedom
I
of
say a hot
speech.
take in here?
Go for it. Yes.
Germany should have
Go
won
ahead.
World War One.
Oh, I was
should've
worried
won
you were gonna
World
say
War
World
One.
War II for a second.
No.
Wait,
I'm not a
wait, Germany?
Hitlerite.
Germany should have won World War One.
Really?
Yes.
Just
Yes. I think
Germany
the United
represented.
States. I think the United States should have joined the war on Germany's side.
Wow.
That's just me, though.
It's just that Americans wouldn't have resonate. The Kaiser didn't resonate well with Americans.
Wait,
that
is
old sort
He
of
did
the
with
Tsar,
the-
the Kaiser, whoever the fuck was in Austria-Hungary. All of that was
Yeah, well, of course,
very
a lot would have had to be been
non-
changed.
Western, I guess, would be a modern way to look at it.
Of course,
just-
of course.
Is it because of Mustache Man? Like the consequences that follow after the war?
Well, that only had to do with the Treaty of Versailles, and the draconian, takedowns of that
Draconian.
were very unhelpful for the people of Germany, and that led to the horrific tyranny. And Wilson didn't help much at all in that instance, and didn't really use any good influence in that. And look where it led to.
Yeah, I mean,
That's just me.
I don't like Wilson. He's pretty bad. And vlogging through history doesn't like him either. I'm pretty sure he hates him. Like
Yep.
full on hates him.
I think.
He just
Yeah,
fucking
he
President
hates
calls him the
favorite
worst
president.
president.
Yeah.
All right,
His least favorite
it's
president.
popular to hate Wilson now. It's really popular to hate Wilson.
It's
now.
justified to hate him.
He's not. He's
I've
had
seen-
I don't think-
bad
I don't think he
things,
was-
like invading other countries to fix their systems. Why the fuck were we in Nicaragua? Why were we in Haiti and the Dominican Republic? I have no fucking clue. Wilsonian idea. It's like Wilson and George Bush would be in the same boat in that regard, but Wilson
maybe.
did have some positive aspects to that.
I
mean,
forget why Wilson. I forget why Wilson invaded those countries. If
For-
in the
Actually,
if in the
for
past,
Haiti, it was like, was it debt? They were indebted to the
I don't know.
U.S.
But all I know is that up until World War One, the main reason why America would intervene in other places in the American continents was because of the Monroe Doctrine, the Spanish-American War, and I forget another one, but
Mhm.
that was the main reason why before World War One. But after, it just came falling apart as world superpower status had to be managed. I guess you could say.
Wilson saw. Oh, someone's
Locust.
in.
Locust in
Finally,
here.
he joined.
Locust.
He kept typing in the chat.
John C. Calhoun.
Hello, Locust.
Hello, hello, Locust.
Hello,
This
hello.
guy's intimidating. I'm scared.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Got a Calhoun profile picture.
I'm absolutely scared of Calhoun. Calhoun terrifies the fuck out of me. Jesus.
Yeah.
Christ.
You get nightmares
Calhoun,
from him. I'm scared of him.
yeah, he's a bit of a Victorian horror creature.
He's actually a villain too.
Right on,
I
right on.
I believe he's a villain. He's a villain. He's like the a villain in the movie. That's what it is. Did they ever make a movie of John C. Calhoun or something? Maybe he's like mentioned in a movie.
I don't think so.
Ah, dang it! Someone needs to do
Calhoun
that.
with his own movie.
I'll play as him too. I'll play as John C. Calhoun. Tell you what. Oh, Abe Lincoln's in the chat. Happy
Lincoln,
birthday,
all right.
Jimmy. Locust, you there?
Yeah, that's right.
Locust? It's just muted. They're just muted.
He's just watching. He's listening.
Let's see if I don't have him muted.
He's a spy.
He
He's
slash
listening.
he
Locust is
moonwalks away.
Hearing in.
What do you guys think about let's see. Who do we have? Who's like
Jimmy Carter.
Oh yeah, there you go. What do you guys think about him?
I think he wasn't a
Uh,
good president, but he's a great person.
I agree
Pretty much.
1000%.
Agree.
That's absolutely it.
Yeah.
I think Ford should have won in 1976.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion on women?
Oh my, that would have been
What's your opinion on women?
that would have been completely Republican, because you have LBJ, Nixon, Ford again, Reagan, Bush again, and Bush. It's completely a line of Republican presidents.
Well,
That's
I
like-
think
If-
I don't think that Reagan would have won 1980 if Ford won in 76.
Who do you think would have been
No. There's
Would've
actually
been
good
the
alternate history. There's actually a good
I would have
alternate
voted
history
for
story
Humphrey
on
in
this.
68.
Really? I would have voted
Oh,
Nixon.
but absolutely, I would have voted for Nixon in 72. McGovern's is way out of there.
Yeah, so the government wasn't too great. But I think, well, there's an alternate history story on what if Ford won in 76, and it has New York Governor Hugh Carey winning in 1980. Very good story.
Interesting.
Hugh Carey. Look up
Goodbye, Reagan.
Bicentennial Man.
Reagan's never president in this
Yep.
history.
But I feel like Reagan's already such a strong force in the Republican Party at this time.
He's one with the force. Yep.
I don't see how.
He is, and in Bicentennial Man 1980, he does pretty fairly well. But 12 years of Republican rule and a not so good economy. The public is tired of Republican politics, and they elect Hugh Carey. 382 electoral votes in that story.
Oh, the Republicans would get blamed
God.
for the economy and the
Yes.
crises at the time.
Yep.
Huh.
Who else?
So
Bill Clinton.
you guys are
Good-
interested?
interesting
Very
one.
good story.
I gotta check that out. What do you guys think about Billy Clinton? Billy Clinton. What do you guys think about him?
He went on the island and
Oh,
um,
God bless that man.
I forgot about that. He went
he
on
went
the
on the
island
island.
with
So
a name
I
The
called
island.
Jeffrey.
Oh,
His name was Jeffrey.
Clinton likes him young.
You guys think
J.E.
Trump
he
went on
went on
the
the island
island?
with. I don't know.
He was in the list.
He
wasn't
did.
He did. Dang it.
He was on the list for like people who who questioned Ghislaine Maxwell, but Ghislaine Maxwell said that she doesn't remember him ever going to the island. But there are a bunch of pictures with him with J.E. So who knows?
But Trump was like he was a billionaire by that time, right?
He was.
Yeah, so he's like a famous person. So he would meet other famous people. I think that's just
Ghislaine
common what rich
Maxwell-
people do.
What is this gonna do with Bill Clinton?
We
Oh,
just
Well, they were all on the list.
yeah.
they're all on the list.
Yes. Yes.
There's a
Something
lot of
tells
people on that
me-
list.
Locust is definitely on the list.
Yeah,
Stephen-
he was one
Stephen
of the kids
Hawking.
on the island.
Stephen Hawking was on the list.
Oh,
That's
wait,
true.
I'm pretty sure he
Notably.
did some midget stuff. Some
not so great.
midget math
Not so great
equations.
things.
Oh,
Not
I know
so great
Stephen
things.
Hawking cheated on his wife multiple times. That's like confirmed.
Wow. How? What the heck?
How would it even
He cheated on his
What?
wife with the
Seems
nurse
so
when he was in the
sad.
hospital. There's a movie based on him, and he cheated on his wife many times. Well, he's
Okay.
famous. If we're gonna be real, if you're famous, it's a lot easier. Just
Lebanon?
He just moans on his laptop. Like a robot moan.
that's terrible.
What time does the VP debate start? What?
I think
Nine.
20 minutes. or something?
9:30. Let me see.
I thought it was
9:30?
9
I thought it was 9 on the
Eastern
dot.
time.
I'm looking right now. Oh.
Oh, there's a video of Jimmy Carter on his 100th birthday.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna link.
Where is
I'm
it
gonna
at?
link it. I just found it on Twitter.
Oh, that's what I saw. I saw that one. Is it live right now?
No, but
No.
that
Yeah,
is
9
Jimmy
p.m.
Carter.
Eastern time.
Go on X.
So it's gonna be starting in 15 minutes.
15
We
minutes.
wanna live commentate it?
Yeah. Wait, do you guys want to stay in here? Stay in here?
Sure. I'd
Wait.
say so.
Okay.
Me and my
I feel
family
like
are gonna watch
You
it. so-
shouldn't stream it on YouTube because it'd get taken down.
It will get taken down.
Wait,
Okay.
but
It could.
I saw
We'll get taken
Moist
down.
Critical stream the presidential debate.
I think
Didn't
XQC did. I
I'm
don't
no
know. I don't watch
XQC
it, but I
though.
think
I
I
have
saw
like
that.
10 people watching.
I think they might have. I think they might have.
That should actually
kinda
help you.
restreamed.
Yeah, because they're not gonna even notice that you're doing it. They're
You
not
know
gonna
what?
even notice that you're
What if I
watching
just do
anything.
it? What if I just do it?
If the stream
Yeah, I
gets
think-
taken down, you can just start another one.
Yeah, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah. Who's we got NBC.
NBC,
NBC,
CNN.
CNN. Oh, I see that. This is the clip. Dude, I said he doesn't look alive. He looks like he's dead. I'm not gonna lie. He's
Oh, he's
old,
been on
100.
hospice care for about a year. So
Yeah, and he's 100. So yeah.
Is this
I
like
hope I look that good when I'm 100. To be honest.
Jeez. He's just clinging on.
I mean, you're really lucky if you make it that long.
Right.
At all.
Especially
There were-
after being president. Like, it's such a stressful job, isn't it?
Yeah.
there
he
were
should've-
people.
That's true. Have you
James
ever
K.
seen
Polk?
pictures of like presidents before and after being president, and they just look like they've aged 20 years?
Yeah, I see now. Like
And
Obama.
think of all the
Obama.
stuff Carter had to deal with.
That's like 4 years as president, so that's like 1/25th of his life as president. That's such a small percentage.
Why does he look like that? It's like, he looks like a mummy.
Roman, what did you
disrespect.
send?
He's 100.
I don't want to disrespect him. Is he alive?
Oh man.
He's 100 and has been got in hospice care for about a year, so almost 2 years. So I don't know if he's gonna make it to the end of the year.
I want to.
Yeah.
I hope he'll make it to like the election.
He
He will,
says
right?
he wants to vote for Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
He's only hanging on to vote for her.
He's
That'll be his
he's
last
pro-life.
last
He's
thing
gonna
he'll
flip
ever.
Georgia. He's gonna flip Georgia. His vote alone.
Oh shit.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what Ronan sent. I don't know what to make of this.
Oh yeah, the middle.
Did somebody send
What?
black gay porn or something?
No. Oh, wait.
Oh, not yet.
Someone could do
Not
that.
yet.
Please don't do that. I'm scared of going in here now. Oh, there he is. Dude. Jimmy, wake up. It's like Joe Biden wake up, but it's Jimmy Carter. Look at him sleeping. It looks like he's sleeping. Is he like alive? He looks dead.
He's hanging in there.
Figuring in there.
Oh, that's some nice memes. Water. Skippity toilet memes.
That'd be said she don't fuck with Skibbity Toilet. No! No!
What?
What happened?
Wait, what's this?
She don't fuck with Skibbity Toilet.
Wait, what happened?
You don't fuck with Skibbity Toilet.
Oh.
So sad.
Let me hide my screen. Let me hide my
Get
screen.
in
What is
the
this?
No shaking in
So loud.
Why are people dropping? Why are people dropping out?
I don't know the views. I'm falling off. Wait, I-
No.
When's the
Alright,
VP
folks, we got
debate
10
in
minutes.
10 minutes? Oh my god. Let me change the
minutes.
title of the stream to VP debate.
No, don't change the title.
Don't change it? Okay.
Don't change it. Because it might get taken
Change
down.
it.
Oh yeah, wait. What do we do?
No, it's
What if I
worth it.
just put
It's worth
JD
it.
Vance?
It's worth it.
Just put like JD Vance in there. Not VP
JD
debate.
Vance.
JD Vance.
Live debate, live stream commentary because we're commentating on
Oh
it.
yeah, debate.
Oh, there you go.
It'll make it more exciting. Trust me. It's a puppet, probably. So fucking weird.
Okay, I got it. With the
You
thumbnail,
want to
Jimmy
share
Carter,
your
right?
screen?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Wait, I don't have Nitro, so it's gonna be like 720p.
That's fine.
I'm just gonna watch it on another.
You could do that too. I'll still screen share it too. So if you want to watch it on another tab, who's hosting the stream or the debate? Like which?
I think
is it NBC or
was
CBS or
CBS.
CBS?
It was one of them.
You're the person with the
I got
gun,
an ad.
the person who would do anything to protect the ones you love. But did you know that you
Thread the needle between look how much I did to bring the economy back from
Okay, I'm in.
the breach. Look
Let
at
me
all the
show my
jobs that were
screen.
created. Look how prices or inflation, at least, has come down. Look at this legislation that I passed.
Who do you guys
And
think's gonna
yes,
win
We need to do more.
the debate?
But I'm
Tim
working
Walz,
on it,
JD
and I've got
Vance.
a
Tim
record.
Waltz has
Harris
said
has
that he's
really
very
leaned
nervous.
into
Oh, he
the
did?
notion that more needs to
Wow.
be
He did
done.
say he was
Like,
very
lower the
She
expectations.
talks a lot about that. You heard
Maybe.
Joe Ling
Vance
just
isn't very
describing the assistance she
charismatic.
wants to provide to first-time home buyers.
Not
I
gonna
did
lie.
watch the
Lots of different
Tim.
tax
I
credits.
did watch
And
the
so
He's an awkward
there
guy.
is
2020.
some
Yeah.
I did watch the
indication that
2022
that
debate he
approach,
had with
along with,
Tim Ryan,
interest rates
and
coming
he
down,
did
along
not
with
do
gas
too bad of a
prices coming
job.
down, is
So
starting
we'll have
to
to
move
just
the
see.
needle a little bit. Our
I
polling
think
shows
I think
that
he
while
might
Trump
want
does
to.
still
I think
have
he. I think
a
the general
big,
strategy he's gonna
big issue
you know
with the
be
economy, he's
aristocratic
starting to
and
inch closer
you know calm and straightforward. But
Aristocratic.
yeah, that's the general consensus of what he does in debates. Very straightforward. He tries to be very straightforward and doesn't try to raise or lower his voice. He just talks normally, like they're having a discussion. But I think Tim Waltz is gonna go in there. He might get very emotional. Might, try and have a lot of energy, and I don't know how JD Vance is going to combat that, but we'll just have to see.
What do you think is driving the spike in
It's going to be two different attitudes going into the debate.
Iran has launched ballistic missiles at Israel.
I did see that this morning.
Like move on to market report.
I did see that this morning. I was at school, and I was like, whoa, this is crazy.
Whoa!
It's not new news. It happens all the time.
You guys ready to get drafted soon? We're getting drafted. It's gonna come to a point where we get drafted.
The entire Middle East is just going to be at war, and we're not even going to realize it. Because it's just the same news over and over again.
It'll be CBS hosting the debate.
I go for coffee with my two good friends and we talk about the world.
I wish we had Vivek, not gonna lie. I would have loved to see Vivek debate in the VP. I would have loved if Trump picked Vivek, not gonna lie. But I don't like that.
Ramaswamy.
I will never.
Yeah, I like Vivek. What do you guys think? You guys like Vivek?
Vivek's interesting.
I don't really like what he had to say.
You know what? You're gonna get removed for that. I'm joking. You're gonna say
No, we're being censored. The Sedition Act.
90%
What was
of
it?
the gun that are
Wilson,
used by gangs in
the
Haiti
Sedition Act and the
spirit and eternal optimism.
yeah.
I was thinking of Adam's Alien Sedition Act. There's also that other.
So it was the Wilson signed the Sedition Act and the Espionage Act.
Of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Sabatier.
Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia.
I will if you will. You go, gal.
I can say it fine now.
Yeah, I think I just see if I could fix the quality because the video's kind of loud. Should I show chat on screen or what do you guys think? Keep chat?
Yeah, you can keep chat.
Oh yeah, it's a live commentary. You gotta put chat in it.
See you 7 o'clock sharp.
What time is it? Oh,
Look, we've gained viewers.
we did?
Welcome back to the
Gained viewers, okay.
It was at 4, now it's at 6.
Oh my god, I'm freaking famous, guys.
Over there in the room down the aisle from the actual debate location. Ed, we've seen major news the day of a debate before,
screen
and we're
share.
sure getting it today.
If anybody wants to
Yeah, John, you
check
remember back in
online.
2016 when you hosted the
Let's see,
Republican
how do you
presidential
such a
primary
thing?
debate? And that morning, Antonin
got
Scalia
another
died, and
tab
suddenly you
'cause
had
I'm
to rip up all the
awesome.
questions and focus on the future of the Supreme Court, which probably hadn't
Okay, I
been a
think
top of
I
mind
have it
concern.
on.
Well, look at what's happened in the last few days. It's only October 1,
You guys
but
see
in
the-
essence, we've had some surprises.
if you guys have
The
another tab, that's
intensification of
good
the
too.
situation in the
Yeah,
Middle East,
it's
major
there.
storms ravaging the Southeast that are now going to
Hopefully
cause
this
some
doesn't
debate over
affect my
spending and climate
CPU.
change.
Let me
All of them
check.
a reminder that as president, whoever is president, faces all sorts of unexpected challenges that
good.
suddenly can prop up.
This computer's just
And,
gonna
It'll
crash.
be interesting
Yeah.
to see tonight exactly how that factors in to the debate. Cecilia?
All right, Ed, you don't get to go anywhere. We're going to be checking back in with you when it is all over, and we are now just officially minutes away from the start of this debate.
my
I want to get your
God,
final
the
thoughts,
debate.
Major. I want to start with you because we've been saying so much is on the line tonight. How much of tonight is about the audience of one for J.D. Vance?
A considerable amount. President Trump has expectations for J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance knows, as Robert Costa so thoroughly laid out,
Is the
at age 40,
volume
his
good on
entire
the stream?
political career is ahead of him. If this ticket does not prevail, the Republican
the
Party will
stream
find itself in
muted,
an
'cause I don't wanna
uncomfortable
hear
and unwelcome
myself.
and unwanted post-Trump era. What role does
You're gonna
J.D.
hear
Vance
yourself.
play in that? A considerable amount of that decision will be drawn from what he does tonight. He knows that. In contrast, Governor Walz is 60, 1 year older than Kamala Harris. He does not have any obvious designs on the presidency if Kamala Harris
Yeah.
wins and serves out 2
fine.
terms. He's there to enhance the ticket as it exists and amplify things on the positive side where and when he can.
This
Very
serve
different
is
calculations,
typing
very
up
different
some
risk factors for the two.
Real fire.
And Bob,
CBS is
who had a
Genocide.
bad night in 1976,
Democrat,
he's
right?
the nominee 20 years
Fourth.
later for the
Left-leaning.
Republican Party. So you can even rescue
yes.
yourself from a bad
Yes.
night. What are your final thoughts on this?
So many of them.
Everybody in the press, when we're in the press galleries on the campaign planes, they talk about these vice presidential debates as low impact, but they really
Let me
are
go on
high
Poly
stakes.
Market on my
Everybody
phone and
watching
see how,
tonight
the
knows
predictions are in
one
the
of these two
debate.
men could become president of the United States. The country is going to take a temperature on character, on policy. Who are these people who might lead the country? And one of them might be leading the country. Should a
The
crisis
debate's going to be an
happen,
hour and a
a
half.
heartbeat away
An
from
hour
the
and a half
presidency.
long.
We live in
right?
a time of assassination attempts on the
let's
Republican
have
nominee,
fun.
of political
take so
violence,
long.
and of aging
Hold it.
politicians. So it's no question that one day one of these people could be president. We hope all people live healthy lives and serve full terms, but you never know in American history. That's what the history always tells us.
Nancy, other big event is these
Need more
incredible
people
floods
speak.
in North
Come
Carolina,
on,
which
Roman.
also is a platform for presidents.
All right, here
It
we
is
go.
because the handling of natural
Let's watch
disasters
this.
is often a proxy for voters of competence.
joined off my
They
phone.
look at how you handle something like that, and they say this person is capable of handling big, important
I've joined
things.
off my phone.
And that's why President Biden.
Hello? No, this is good. It's good. It's good.
Keep the stream alive at all costs.
Wait, the stream's still on?
Yep.
Yeah.
I just
Oh,
joined.
no, we're
on.
down to 4
Oh, it's
people.
already
Down
going?
to 4
Wings for the moment.
Here we
Oh,
go.
There he is.
Oh my god.
It's performance.
Did they shake hands?
Obvious, but no
Oh, it's
faux pause.
started?
And they're looking for.
Well, I'm
viral
watching on
moment.
It has
NBC.
started.
That's what they'll be looking for tonight.
I'm on
No
CBS.
handshake.
They're
Watch this on
No
CBS.
handshake, and
CBS?
you have Governor Walz appears to be
yeah,
taking
CBS. Go on
some
CBS.
notes. J.D. Vance doing the same as our colleagues.
And they may have shaken hands before the cameras came.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Well, we have the vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz take the stage. Well, they've taken the stage, so stick with us here and join us also on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7, for exclusive content you won't see anywhere else. Thank you for joining us.
15? Mature enough?
Go.
Oh,
America decides.
Yeah. Better decide.
Here we go.
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States. Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
I'm
Now,
curious
this
how they're going
is
to deal with
likely the final debate of this
Israel-Iran.
election cycle, and voting
Oh,
is
yeah,
already
yeah, yeah.
underway in 20
gonna be
states.
something that
CBS
comes up,
News
I
polling
hope.
shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country
Oh my
red
God.
with President Donald J. Trump's
The edit is
leadership.
insane.
You know what's at the end of this little
Hey,
journey?
wow.
Kamala Harris as the next president of the United
Well,
States.
they're putting walls
This
in the
is a
list,
CBS News special,
Yeah.
live from CBS News headquarters in New York. America decides. The vice presidential
Here
debate.
we go.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time. I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed
was funny.
to.
Yeah.
Questions will be directed at one candidate who will
awkward
have 2
silence.
minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Hey, they
then
shook hands,
each
that's good.
candidate will get another minute to make further
Well, that's
points,
views.
with an
Everybody's watching the
additional
debate,
1
not the
minute
stream.
each at the discretion of
Right.
the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates,
down to two.
enforce the
500,000
rules, and
watching on
provide
here.
the candidates with the opportunity
On
to
the
fact-check
CBS
claims
debate.
made by each other. CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Where did the dad energy go?
The expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about
this is
the
a good
chaos in
introduction.
the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Yeah, that was a good answer.
In office, we'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home.
Oh, yeah.
When was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen,
this is what Republicans are strong on.
Margaret, thank you.
There was
Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record.
There was no new war started.
And 60 people are dead, and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes
wants to effectively
larger,
push back on
stronger,
that, he'd say that.
and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job.
He's
And I
using
can
the,
admit that
emotional
when Donald Trump
appeal.
is president again,
Very
the
good.
government will put the citizens of
Very
this
much
country
so.
first when they suffer from a disaster.
The rhetoric
Nora, you
right
asked about
there.
climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do?
Weird
The answer
science.
is that you'd
Wait,
want
what?
to reshore as much American
Weird
manufacturing
science.
as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to solve the governors and the emergency responders on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments.
God, he admitted it is the Harris administration.
The Inflation Reduction Act has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year
Do you guys
droughts,
think that
500-year floods back to
Tim
back.
Walz
But what they're
will
doing is
mention
adapting,
Joe Biden?
and this has allowed them to
I don't
tell
think it's
me,
gonna-
look, I
Does it
harvest corn,
completely
I
ignore
harvest
that?
wheat,
You just
I
said-
harvest wind. We're
No, like-
producing
You
more
just said
natural
Biden
gas and
Harris.
more oil
Like,
at any time
mention-
than we ever have. We're also producing
Like
more
his
clean
policies
energy.
are obviously bad,
So
Joe Biden.
the-
Like Joe
the-
Biden,
The solution for us
completely bad
is to
president.
continue
And I
to
hope
move
Democrats
forward.
do admit
That
it, too.
climate change is real.
nuh-uh.
Reducing our impact is
Biden-
absolutely
Oh, yeah?
critical. But this is not a false
Name one good
choice.
thing.
You can
It's
do
the
that at the
FAST Act
same
brought
time
a-
of creating
bringing
the
a
jobs that
major-
we're seeing all across the country. That's
Fact
exactly
Act
what
was
this
pretty good.
administration has
Plant,
done.
like,
We are
Guys, they're
seeing
eating the
thousands of new
dogs.
jobs
energy
right here.
superpower for the
Senior.
future, not just the current.
Eat
And
the
that's what
dogs and the
absolutely makes
cats.
sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has
personally like
called
my
climate change
cat
a
meat
hoax.
soy sauce.
Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Oh, it's getting a little better.
We got to invest more in it.
Wait, Stream
Kamala
seems
Harris
good
has
to
done
me.
the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by
your
the
time
climate.
is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future.
Nice
How
JD
do we make
Vance
sure
thing
that
you
we're protecting
posted.
by burying our power lines? How do we
Damn,
make sure
JD,
that we're
good job.
protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issue for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling him what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Look at his face. It is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans.
This is what I'm talking about.
He's appealing to
campaign.
It's funded. It's supported
One
by
of
the
those
people who do it. And
moderate
it lets us keep our
evangelicals
dignity
who,
about how we treat other people.
Like
Thank
the
you,
Republicans.
Governor. And just to clarify
least not
for
anymore.
our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well,
Nora?
Margaret, but
Thank you. Senator, we have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn out of the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to
we're-
fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an
Wow.
application called the
Oh my God.
CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a
Seriously,
Kamala
they don't
Harris
wanna
open
eat his
border
mic.
wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been
much.
on the books since
Oh
1990.
my gosh,
Thank you,
dude.
gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
want to
One
have,
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created.
They cut it.
gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora?
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top
my
concern
gosh.
for voters. Each of your campaigns has
Oh,
released an
man.
economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this, he kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm gonna give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? And the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Oh, come on, just
Thank
say
you, Governor.
sorry.
Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duval, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options.
Yep.
And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond
In
and
federalism.
also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all.
Hold on, y'all.
We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But
this,
how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Finally.
All right. Oh, man.
Well,
JD Vance, easy, 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 easy.
Vance has been doing very, very good.
Typical
Walz
Vance
did-
W.
Waltz isn't
Walz
as
was pretty strong with the abortion one, but I think Vance was able.
On our places, right,
Dude,
shiny
Vance
faces.
gave the best answer for Republicans on abortion in so long.
He was absolutely able to rebound.
Legit. This is a good debate.
Get way better than
like it.
Trump Kamala
was-
one, in my
Oh, yeah.
opinion.
Yeah, why wasn't the presidential debate like this?
Let's see what's
Looking
happening
forward
on
to
X.
2028.
Yeah, look up Sagar and Jetty. He's got a bunch of takes on the
How
vice
do you
presidential
spell
debate.
that?
Saagar.
S-A.
Sagar and Jetty.
This guy on X?
Yes. He's got a bunch of takes if you want to see.
Agar.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, that short one was
Walls.
Yeah, he
Oh,
called himself a
begging.
knucklehead.
Just apologize. You got
Apparently
it
he
wrong.
called-
Just be sorry.
I didn't hear it, but apparently he called himself a knucklehead.
Did he?
Apparently Tim Walz Tim Walz called himself a knucklehead.
I didn't hear that.
Pretty rough.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, dude. The JD Vance debating the moderators. Oh man. Oh, that was a little interesting.
1v3 again.
1v3. My gosh.
You can see the fact checks on here. Oh. Let me take off my ad block. There we go. Okay. According to Trump denies making
When's
What's
when's
that?
it coming back on? The
I
debate.
have no idea.
What?
I think they think they're just taking a quick commercial break.
Yeah.
Spam some
How
email.
long?
Ooh, space tourism. I want to watch that. Space is a issue I care very passionately about.
Very passionately.
Yes. I think we need to colonize the moon and Mars.
Are you a Elon Musk fan?
On some things, yes. On some things, no.
My parents had.
I am planning to work for SpaceX here soon, actually.
Whoa. Be an astronaut.
Let's call it a rocket technician.
New post notifications for Donald J. Trump. Wow, why does he type like that?
Wait, what is he saying? What's Trump
Why
saying?
does he type like that?
It was 4 minutes ago. Oh my god. He's got. He's supposed to
Read it aloud.
read this out loud. How about one of you guys do? With
All right,
Trump's voice
I
on.
got this. I got this. Everyone calls me an actor. Everyone knows I would not support a federal abortion ban under any circumstances and would in fact veto it because it is up to the states. It is up to the states to decide based on the will of the voters, the will of the people, like Ronald Reagan before me. I fully support 3 exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I do not support the Democrats' radical position of late-term abortions. As an example, in the 7th, 5th, or 9th month, or in case there is any question, the possibility of execution of the baby after birth. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Dude.
That's my Donald Trump impression.
Trump is
Give him
in
a round of
the
applause.
call.
Woohoo!
Is it back?
Everyone's.
Oh.
Yeah, let's
Oh
see.
my god.
Oh, yeah, it's back.
Knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that worked. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. And I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is, okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse.
I like this. It's pretty.
We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it's only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice.
Become friends
That's
with
not where we
shooters?
live today. And
I think
several
that was
things
just
I want to
a
mention
quick
on
little
this
gaff.
is talking about cities and where it's at.
Yikes.
The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides.
It was very quick. You had to catch it, but
children
he
getting
did,
guns and
did
shooting
just
themselves.
gaff that.
And so we have, and
He
we
said
should look at all of the issues.
I think he meant the victims of
Making
school
sure
shooters.
folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This
That's
idea of
what he meant, but
stigmatizing mental health,
that's a
just
gaff.
because you have a mental health
That is a
issue
gaff and a
doesn't
half.
mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. there's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. First, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house
speaking a lot more
I
confidently now later into the
in my
debate,
life.
but
my mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart
All right, this is solid.
create that base.
Yeah. Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But, Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But
What?
it's again,
They fact checked it earlier.
and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask though on this question.
He
are we going
debated
to
the
drill and build
moderators.
houses in the same federal land. And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong
really
to all
likes
of
to
us. But
mention
again,
his,
this is when you view housing
his home,
and you
his
view these
state,
things as
Minnesota.
commodities. Like there's a chance to
course
make
he does.
money
He's
here.
the
Let's
governor.
take this federal land and let's sell it to people for
Well, you
that.
got
I think there's better
J.D.
ways
Vance
to
in
do this.
Ohio.
We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to
Well, of
refurbish
course.
some of
They
these
like 'em
houses.
too.
We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm
No,
still
in Minnesota, we
on
drink a lot
the
of soda,
fact on this.
so-
Economists. Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which
they call it
economists are
pop?
saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor,
Where's the
your
study?
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Because they're on
Thank
the
you,
topic of
gentlemen.
housing.
We have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell.
They just
But
gave
Nora?
an
Thank you.
example of
One of the
like,
top problems
where
facing
regulations
Americans
are
is the high cost
necessary.
of health care. Senator Vance, at the last
Not gonna lie,
presidential
Tim
debate,
Walz is
former
flirting with the
President Trump was
moderators.
asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In
Specifically the
response, he
the one in the
said,
pink.
I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how
Our
chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. Look, it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice, and will also drive down costs.
Before. I think it'll
and we
correct
talked
itself.
about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think this is an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is...
So you think the individual mandate's a good idea?
You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time.
ahead,
We have a
Nora.
number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare because, look, It is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no
Vance talk about this
widespread
much, so I'm
fraud.
curious to
The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that to me is a much bigger threat
How
to
many
democracy
people are watching
than
the
what
stream?
Donald Trump said when he said that protesters
Yes,
should protest on
Brittany.
January 6th.
Governor?
Stream's gone.
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on
but it
things.
went
I think
up
I
in
might have
viewership.
with
It was
the
like
senator.
two
Me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
Wow. This is great. This is great.
It is. It is. I'm in love.
It's very substantive.
I still think Vance is winning.
Oh, yeah.
He won it, I think.
Oh,
frankly.
Yeah. I agree 1000%. Now, Waltz was presenting himself very well, a little more fairly well in that second part. It's just that very unfortunate gaffe that everyone I'm seeing on Twitter is now talking about. I've become friends with school shooters.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I think Walz was very strong and very good with the abortion part, but
he was all right.
Vance was able to manage it. No, I think he's pretty strong with it. But that's like the only thing I can say.
I've become friends with school shooters.
I do think he was. I do think he was strong on the. I do think Waltz was strong on the housing issue, because that's the only idea that Democrats, they've had a. Gary Hart put it simply, new ideas. And, the Republican camp didn't know what to do with that. And so I think the platform that they've come out with, like, very detail-oriented, data-oriented, Waltz presented that in a good way. And I think he had a good edge on Vance over that, though I think Vance handled the broader issue of those other concerns very well. That's what I think. At least on the housing issue, I think Waltz did a pretty good job. You know, I like that. I like
He's been
that.
very good with his responses. He's been very good with what he
Oh, I
has to
agree.
say.
I agree. I agree.
Overall,
He's winning this debate. He is winning this debate hard. Like, it's a wrap for the vice presidential debate. I kind of expected going. I'm glad that Waltz isn't, as emotional. He's more composed than I thought he was going to be. There's still that, sense of difference in attitude there, but it's actually been very cordial. I like that. I like that they talked in the democracy part that, they're going to shake hands and they're going to, Vance would help out the administration. Pray for the administration, and it's I like that. I like that a lot. Hey, it's Inspiration 4. Great mission.
Yeah, this is a really good debate.
This is a really good
I
debate.
haven't seen any other vice president debate. This is my first one.
Oh,
What about
really?
you guys? Yeah.
Well, I remember watching the 2021. That's the one where Kamala said, "I'm speaking to Mike Pence." That was very interesting, and that was a very interesting one. That's the one where Mike Pence had the fly on his head, and so it was very representative. But no, this is great. This is great. I will say, Danny, I'm going to warn you, if you ever decide to watch the 1992 vice presidential debate, just beware of a lot of cringing. If you think Tim Waltz's performance is a little awkward, you got another thing coming if you watch the vice presidential debate of 1992. Perot's running mate, James Stockdale.
Oh, yeah.
His famous line was, "Who am I? Why am I here?" Every answer that he gave, he stumbled and stuttered, and it wasn't very great.
It's back on. Yeah, I'm
Welcome
gonna.
back to the CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. It is now time for the closing statement.
It is
Vance
a very interesting
won
one.
the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
There you go, closing statement.
Thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people.
Vice is
they
such a good
believe
movie.
in a positive future of this
I
country
saw that. I
and one
watched
where
it.
our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand
New campaign
with
trail
Donald Trump's
references.
agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Waltz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that, too, has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle.
Ooh.
I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you and good night.
All right. There we go. That's great.
Wow, look at that.
That's great.
Dude, this stream's been on for so long.
The first.
Yeah, that's what happens.
This election is now complete. It was a cordial debate of the kind that people mostly say they want. You notice here the two candidates lingering on the stage. That's quite a difference from
I'm looking forward to the
presidential debate in which it was not even sure that Vice President Harris and Donald Trump would shake hands. It was a debate in which the line, "I appreciate what Tim said about Finland," was one of the many ways in which Senator Vance agreed with the governor. The governor agreed right back. But that's the tone and the kind of theater review of this. I'll pick out two issues. On the question of the top of the news today, which is the Middle East and the kinds of foreign policy surprises that hit any president. Tim Walz made the case that Donald Trump's temperament is unfit for any kind of surprise, cited the...
All right. Freaking act.
All right.
You guys, they ended off. Who do you guys think won?
Well, I think Vance confidently won that.
Typical
Waltz got
Vance
good
W.
a little. Waltz got good a little later on, but Vance was able to. I think he was able to steamroll him pretty much most of the way through, especially in the beginning. And Waltz had a couple gaffes. Knucklehead. I'm friends with the, school shooters, and a couple bad gaffes. But he was able to confidently present himself a little later on and had some good moments. But Vance, he kind of just dominated. That's what I think.
Dominated. Yeah,
oh yeah.
He dominated that.
I made the poll on my community tab if you guys want to vote on it.
All right, sounds good.
Oh, yeah.
I will go ahead and vote on that. Let's see.
Even when Walz was making strong points, Vance was still capable with his responses.
Definitely, I agree. That abortion question, that is, as someone who is who has a conservative view on that, JD Vance's answer has been in what I've been looking for in a Republican candidate for years on end. Talking about the necessary things we have to do to make it so that women don't need to have an abortion. making the family, incentivizing the family, and I don't know. I think it was great. I think that was a great answer. And apparently he said he was pro-nuclear energy, and that's something I agree with 100%. And he was able to present those confidently, and that was great. That was great. And so
Well said.
I feel very, very good about the debate tonight.
You think that this is gonna definitely help Trump, right, in the polls?
I don't think it's going to change much. I don't think it's going to change much, but I think it could alter the perception. You know, after these recent debates, I've found that the perception for the next months, they're altered based off who won the debate. And I think with Vance confidently winning 1 month out, winning the debate 1 month out from the election, I would hope that the overview, the consensus, is that the Republicans have a stronger footing. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. That was.
I don't know.
Cool.
What do you guys think?
In the election, I want Trump to win, but I just want to see what happens in at least a week, and then I can determine. I'll predict. I'm gonna try to have a prediction who wins, but I want Trump.
There is. Do you know who Alan Lichtman is? Does anyone here know who Alan?
Let me look.
He
up.
is a professor.
Oh yeah. That's the guy that predicts it. Yeah.
Yeah, the 13 keys, and he predicts that Harris has got a solid victory in the bag, but we'll have to see how this month goes.
I think
going crazy for Vance.
And the I think it's 2000 election. He predicted wrong.
He did predict wrongly. It's been 24 years since he's predicted wrong.
And he changes his what do you call it?
He has changed his whole system.
Because if Trump wins, he's gonna say "Oh, I meant Trump wins the electoral college, but Harris wins the popular vote." Didn't he change his he did that in the 2000?
I mean,
election?
the vote was very close in Florida. That's kind of excusable.
Yeah, I guess.
For 2000, yeah. Difference of 500 votes. I think in 2000, there was the problem of the Florida ballot in one of those counties that some people would accidentally vote for Patrick Buchanan, the Reform Party candidate, instead of voting for Al Gore. I think there was an estimated number of about 3,000 to 5,000 votes that could have been Al Gore's if the ballot was different.
Wow.
Right. They fucked it up down there. I remember that.
I'll actually send a picture of the ballot that got some people confused.
Yeah, send it.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it in the chat. There we go. The check mark is in the middle, and some people, if you don't pay attention hard enough, some people would get confused.
Let me see this.
What am I looking at?
I can't comprehend.
Oh my.
Oh, yeah, that's the whole issue. Yeah, that was the whole issue, was that they structured this ballot so that people wouldn't get it, and they would think that they're voting for one candidate when they accidentally voted for another.
Wow. Wait.
So,
what's up with the numbers? 3, 5, 7, 9. Wait, what? Wait.
Yeah, I don't know about those numbers. This is very interesting.
If I wanted to vote for Gore, would I poke the second one down, or no? I poke the third one down.
You would poke the third one down.
Would I poke the fifth one down?
Nope, you would
vote 5. 1,
I think
2, 3, 4, 5.
Nope, 5 is in between the second and third hole. If you look
my
at it.
God.
So I think there was an estimated 3,000 to 5,000 votes that were supposed to go to Al Gore, but instead went to Patrick Buchanan.
Jeez. That's just mad.
So that was the whole mix up in 2000. And that was the whole, they went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said these ballots are validated, the people voted, and Bush won by 500 votes in the state of Florida. And there was he only led by 500 votes because of overseas military ballots. If these 3,000 to 5,000 votes had been counted differently, to say Al Gore would have won the election handily. Would have won with 292 electoral votes. And we would have been living in a very different timeline right now. But that did not happen. There's actually a campaign trail mod about this.
Wow.
It's called 2004 Sundance, and it's a very good mod. I would suggest you check it out. It's structured to make it feel like you're playing on an 2004 Apple computer.
You gotta message me all these too many mods.
I can link them in the chat right now.
Do that, please.
I will link W1924 and 2004 Sundance. So let's see. Alrighty. Link copied.
Oh yeah.
All right. So
They're
here
polling
is
to see
W.
who, they're polling to see who won the debate in the TCT server.
I'm curious who was. Curious who they think won. A lot of the people in the TCT. What do you mean?
9/11.
Like didn't they have like a poll? You can check who won.
I do not know, but
I was at 9/11.
All right, I just messaged W. Here's 2004 Sundance. Let's see, and then I will message 1924.
You know what I found out? You can play this in school. On the
yes, you can.
In the Chromebooks that you guys have. Oh
yeah.
Oh, I think my thing lagged or something.
The Chromebooks. The Chromebooks.
Danny. I would suggest you do not play W in school, because it has a lot of graphic language in it. Very narratively realistic.
Oh, wow. Which one's it?
But you can play.
I want to check it out. I'm not gonna play it, but I want. Which one's the W one? The bottom one.
It's the first. It's the first one I linked.
First one.
At the top.
Let me see this. I see it.
W is an alternate history. W is an alternate history game where a certain September morning did not happen. This is how the Bush presidency plays out if that did not happen. And your answers will determine which Democrat you will run against. So if you have like a certain legislative succeed or a foreign policy failure, your answers will determine who the Democrats will nominate in 2004. So if you look on the map, it just says Democrat Party, but after after your presidency plays out in the game, you will be faced with a Democrat based off your answers.
That's pretty cool. That modding must be really hard to do.
Yes, wow. There's actually quite a few mods that are like this. There's one with Richard Nixon called Peace with Honor. That was the very first one that was like that, released August of last year. There's one with Obama, 2012. That's like this. Let's see. There's one with Donald Trump that's like this. It's called American Carnage. And actually, 1924 is like that too, if you play as Calvin Coolidge.
Okay. That sounds really fun, actually.
Yes.
So is on the W one, Dick Cheney is the.
Yes.
Okay.
Dick Cheney is still vice president. W is written like it's made by a liberal from the 2000s. Like they're like super anti-Bush.
Oh shit! So it's like biased,
So-
or is that the point?
So yes. So the point is that your advisor feedback is super negative.
Oh wow.
Uh-huh. And the advisor feedback is Karl Rove as Jesus.
That's awesome, dude. I gotta play that then. That sounds interesting. I see it.
I told you.
Dick Cheney.
Are you playing it on stream right now, or did you end
No,
the
I'm
stream?
just looking. I'm not gonna play. It's like 10 o'clock, dude. I gotta.
Oh god.
I think we gotta end it here, guys.
All right, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
I'm probably not gonna stream in like a month again because this is what happened last time. I haven't streamed in a month. I don't do that many streams.
All right.
We'll see though. If you guys stay in the news, you guys gonna go to bed after this? I probably am going to bed after this.
I am. I gotta wake up.
Oh, I'll probably get ready.
Find all my schoolwork.
Yeah, you got AP classes. Water.
Yeah.
Me too,
I
man.
got AP US and AP Lane.
I remember having AP government. That was a fun class.
I have that right now. My
Awesome.
teacher's
how
very left leaning.
same with mine. My AP Gov teacher is the exact type of voter that Kamala Harris appeals to.
Oh, wow.
Yes. But all right, well, if you guys need to do some work tomorrow morning, then I understand why you guys want to go to bed right now. So I will I'll hopefully see you guys in the chat on the next live stream.
Yeah.
Danny, I hope you like playing W.
I'll try it out, man. Okay.
All right, see you later, guys.
See you guys later. Yeah. All right, guys. If anybody's still tuning in after 4 hours? I mean, I just ignored everybody practically in the chat. We had Josh the Great show up. And Lil Bubba. If you guys, I will stream again at some point, because this stream is pretty fun, so it changed my mind. Okay, I want to stream again now. Let me just look a quick glance at this. Yep. Hell yeah. Josh the Great gets pinned. I'll see you guys next stream, I guess. Just I'll tune in maybe on the weekend, actually. The weekend maybe. I might play Rust, the game. If you guys wanna perhaps maybe I'll make another channel on that. But I'll see you guys in the next stream. Farewell.